So good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's mini symposium. Please find a seat. Please help yourselves to snacks and coffee, tea, water, etc. And as you have already discovered, the publications on the tables are for free, so please help yourselves to them as well, and they're tote bags to carry the load. So, my name is, please, it would be great if we can use the chairs here. Fantastic. Okay. So my name is Maria Lind. I'm the director of KIN Museum of Contemporary Art. And today's symposium is part of the ICCE project, which is a collaborative project within the EU grant system, Inclusive Centers for Culture. And today we will focus on mediation and contacts between art, visitors, partners, experiencers, and what some people call the public or even the audience. The two latter are words that we rarely use here at KIN. Our vocabulary is more directed towards visitors, people experiencing things, and partners and collaborators of different kinds. So we will hear a number of different people talk a bit, and I welcome all of you here on floor 5, but also those of you who are online to be listening to the artist Jonas Nobel, 50% of the duo Bella Rune and Jonas Nobel, who will speak about the pilot project within this ICCE project that started a year ago and which was materialized at the end of last year and which is still on view here at KIN. And we will, after your presentation, Jonas, go out and take a look at a part of the installation, which is actually right outside the door. So that will be a little glitch for those of you who are with us online, but bear with us. We will soon be back in the space after that. And then it's time for Bettina Pehrsson, Deputy Director at KIN, to talk about different models of mediation at institutions of contemporary art. So we will be hearing about different case studies that are relevant for the discussion within the ICCE project. After this, we will have Niclas Östlind, who is a professor of photography and a dean at HDK-Valand in Gothenburg, as well as the co-curator of the exhibition that opened last night, the use of photography, Borimesh and Hans-Olof Otzi. But he will not speak about that. He will speak about another very interesting project which took place in Gothenburg, where photography is the starting point, photography and how to engage with inhabitants, citizens, and others in relation to a particular exhibition around Stigberget. In all these cases, there will also, of course, be chances to ask questions and share thoughts and comments. We break for lunch at 12:30. Det Café is on the ground floor of the town hall where we are, and everybody orders and takes care of their own lunch. Afterwards, if any of you is interested, I'm happy to do a tour, both of the Borimesh and the Hans-Olof Otzi exhibition, and the bigger show on floor 2, namely A Hole in Reality, Dora Garcia, Pablo Picasso, and the Legacy of Mining. We will be back here at 1:30, and then KIN's mediator and producer, Emma Pettersson Juntti will speak about some models of mediation here at this very museum in which she is deeply involved. At 2:15, you, the partners in the ICCE project, will introduce your contributions to your project. It's Pia Keränen, Laivamaa, and a couple of others. We will conclude with an internal discussion at 3 o'clock, and then people will disperse. So just to locate ourselves, where are we actually? We know that this is the town of Kiruna, or Giron, in North Sami. This is the heartland of the Swedish side of Sapmi. Here, Sami people have been living for thousands of years. Settlers came from the 17th century onwards, using the land around Kiruna partly for hay. The town itself was established formally in 1899 when the mine started. And today the LKAB mine is the largest underground iron ore mine in the world. It is a state-owned company. And in 2004, they sent a letter to the municipality of Kiruna saying that if we're going to be able to continue mining this very valuable iron ore, we will have to demolish parts of old Kiruna. And so they did. It started a bit more than 10 years ago. And in 2018, this building, the town hall, opened. It's designed by Henning Larsen Architects, and it was the first building in New Kiruna. So we're about 5 kilometers from Old Kiruna. And gradually, this part of town has grown in a completely different type of location. Old Kiruna is built on the low mountain. New Kiruna is on the mire, the bogs, myren. And all in all, the municipality of Kiruna has 23,000 inhabitants. 18,000 live here in the town of Kiruna. The territory of Kiruna, it's the largest municipality in Sweden, and the size is equivalent to the country of Slovenia. This gives you a little bit of proportion. The museum is the same age as the building. It was founded in 2018. It's owned by the region of Norrbotten and the municipality of Kiruna, but we're a separate entity. We're very small, basically 8 people in the team, an amazing team, I have to say. And we work by interweaving the local, regional, national, and international at any one point in time, using our spaces on the 5 floors in this building, but also doing things in the region of Norrbotten. We are a regional museum, so we are required to do things in the other 13 municipalities in the region of Norrbotten, which we happily do, although we are completely underfunded for something like that. But we have small traveling exhibitions, we have other types of projects, workshops at schools, etc., in those other locations. And mediation, contact between art and visitors, art and individuals and groups, is something we are deeply engaged with, and which takes up a considerable amount of our time at the museum. So it's a pleasure to host this symposium as part of the ICCE project. And with that, as we are art-centric, as we call it, as an institution, art should be always center stage. I would like to welcome you, Jonas Nobel, to the stage for a presentation on this project, Guld och gröna skogar, Gold and Green Forests, which is a Swedish saying when somebody is promising more than they can keep. So you're sort of over emphasizing something.
Thank you, Jonas. Thank you, Maria. Thank you for inviting me. My name is Jonas Nobel, and I'm doing this project together with Rune. who's also an artist. We are partners in many ways. And we thank you for inviting us, Maria, to do this project. The project takes its starting point from this building, actually, and and I will go through this piece that is where we are at now. This is still work in progress, and I will go through some of the workshops that we have done in connection to this piece, and then we will go out and see what's like a smaller version of this piece, which is outside of here. So we will show it in real life, so to say. So we were invited, and we were kind of mesmerized of this new building. We both had done, we're based in Stockholm, but we both had done projects in different ways in Kiruna earlier. So we knew about the old city and the old city hall. So the kind of starting point was a comparison between these two buildings, which are separated by time, of course, and separated by, but this is the old city hall of Kiruna, which is now torn down, and this is, you recognize the new one. And coming here, and for instance, before you have a visitor's card, you can't hardly move in this space, or you end up in different elevators, different stairs, doors opening, doors closing, doors opening behind you in an elevator, and coming here and in the way that you want to pass, or closed, or before you have a visitor's card, you can't really move in this space, so you end up in different, before you get elevators, different stairs, still actually, because now we've been here for a couple of weeks, in an elevator, and coming here and in the way that you want to pass, or before you have a visitor's card, you can't really think about in this space, so you end up in situation here before you get elevators, like, you know, this doors opening, doors closing, you meet someone unexpected in an elevator, and coming here and you don't want someone to see or something. It's a farce-like situation. And it's also this new building, and also the old one is kind of theater-like. It's like you have this, what do you call it in theater? I don't know, but balustrade in Swedish, like balustrades, yeah. And you can look down on what is actually a kind of stage-like situation. And it's still kind of before you have a visitor's card, and really think about the old city hall was called Kiruna's living room, and when they did the competition for this building, which Henning Larsen won, it was very much focused on this idea of the citizens' living room. So we started to compare them and start to see this theatrical kind of qualities to it. And then we also started to think about what was the actual difference. I mean, there are obvious ones, but one which was connected a lot to the interior. When you talk about the new building of Kiruna, you talk a lot about architecture and the exterior. We thought, and maybe we should study the interior. Elevators, like, you know, this doors open, doors closing, you meet someone unexpected in an elevator, and kind of anonymous in the way that the method. It's a farce-like situation. And it's also this new building, and also the old one is kind of theater-like. It's like you have this how it's made. You're alienated to the process. Balustrade in Swedish, like making this building. Balustrade, and you can the old city hall look down on what is actually materials for a stage-like situation. And it's still power. You know where they come from. You know. Many people know even how you work it, or how we put their hands in the clay. The old city hall was called Kiruna's living room. How it is to be when they did the tapestry competition for this building. There are some images here on one. it was very much focused on the railings of the old city hall. So we contact with the conservative theatre, Clara Nygren, who works here at the municipality, and it turned out she had been collecting interior details from the old actual difference. I mean, there are obvious ones. Now I don't have an image of the tapestries, but a lot to the interior. When you talk about we have the review building of Kiruna, now I know where the architecture and the exit. It was this hangar, which was designed by someone by early 1960s. It was this hangar, which was the land designed by the railings of the industry, 1960s, early 1960s. Designed there was some more exclusive ones that was also added design by Sverre Eriksson, an artist. So he kind of cut this and had this idea. There were 6 of them, and they all collected in a warehouse over there. I can actually see it from here. And Clara Nyström, the conservator, she had been really, in a way, as I understood it, doing this on her own kind of interest, because no one really took care of this in a proper way. And her, with her limited budget, put it in this storage for us to find and to hopefully have a new life after this. But what we also discovered when investigating this is that a lot of these details of the interior were made by KPU, Kiruna Praktiska Ungdomsskola, Kiruna Practical Youth School, which was founded in, I think, 1903 as a school where young people could learn different crafts, and of course also to make a proper labor work of it. So this made us think about again that the old city hall had a lot of history that people in the region knew that my mother or my grandmother or my grandfather had helped making these balustrades. And my sister worked with these tapestries. And this, of course, made this space very different from this space. Which, of course, there is no, I would dare to say, there is less, you're less proud if you build this than when you build this. This is important. And of course, it connects the citizens to their living rooms, which they call. And it becomes a very collaborative project. This one, the old one, where a lot of the citizens are involved, and this becomes a kind of top-down design and production, which is problematic in itself. And it's also it's more about maybe the old-fashioned genius of Henning Larsen than this one. Of course, it's Arthur Smallensiff who designed it, but all these other people have helped. And they are also mentioned in another way. And that brings us back to theater. Like, theater is also an art form which is collaborative, right? You need many people to get it working. And we also wanted something, we talked a lot about that in this building, you don't really see the hands where someone has put their hand and what they have made, and you don't see the craftsmanship as well as in the old building. So we were talking about invisible hands and invisibility. What is actually made here is made by invisible people in a way in this building, and we started to talk about. Also, we also already had this concept about the theater, and then we started to think and thinking about an old technique from mainly kabuki theater, Japanese kabuki theater, where you have black-dressed people, like some people say they are the original ninjas. So they are also interesting to work with kids because kids tend to like ninjas. So we made these workshops with kids. Here we had the autumn break art camp for mainly children, but there were a few elderly people, mostly children and elderly people coming to participate in this. We put up this black cloth, and then we had black clothes, and we asked them to make these films with us. And also, so this is the result. So the idea is also to use their iPhones in a way that it becomes a tool rather than a mirror or whatever. So this is like one of the results. So we also used, we could say, we are using the kids in a way that we are studying this technique, kabuki technique, and to see what we can do with it, and thinking of a bigger, larger evolvement of this whole project. So this is what it could look like. So it's very simple. This is what it was it called, flag of war, and so this is like a kind of very simple idea. So you just get the idea. It's interesting to us also to work with analog special effects. So it's about taking kind of wait, how do I get back to this? Yeah. So it's about taking over the analog in a way and be present in the space rather than being on their iPhone or elsewhere. Of course, they are using this and put it out on Instagram, whatever. But it's important for us to know that they are present in the space. So so this is a situation where we try to get them to work with the golden leaves which connects to the golden of this building, the interior of this building. They didn't like it at all. They did their own stuff with the pillows and stuff. But and this is from Abisko School, where there are acting ninjas in between the takes of the film. And then this is also from just some images from how it worked. So this is the back of Bella filming Kajsa, for instance, who was there, and this is Alice from the museum helping them with the golden leaves that were blowing everywhere. And then so this is how the situation looked when we had these workshops. And then this is after the autumn break. We had the autumn break for 1 week art camp, and on the Friday, or was it Saturday? I don't really remember. We invited the parents to come and to see what we have done. We asked all the children to bring their parents. And one interesting thing was they were sitting there and they get some fika and they had a good time. And then after we presented all the films that we have made, one of the fathers raised his hand and said, "Yeah, this is all very good. I liked it a lot, but where am I?" So he was like kind of, he didn't really know about the museum, of course, and I think it's a really, really interesting way of connecting to parents and citizens through their children. I think it's a very effective way of doing this. So then this is from Abisko School, where we went. So we also went, we had this art camp here at KIN for a week in the workshop area, and then we also went to the schools with this black backdrop and the clothes, the black clothes, and had made many films with school kids. But then we also had we had an interest in folk high schools, folkhögskolor, where they in the area, so where they are more grown-ups studying art. So there is one in Sunderby, outside of Luleå, where you can study art for 2 years, I think. And then there is in Haparanda, Svefi, Swedish-Finnish folk school. And we did a little bit more elaborate ways of working, and this was we worked with shadow theater, and it was also interesting because we were. It felt to us really important to, in this political times, to connect to folk high schools, since they are really they are struggling. We were just doing really simple shadow things in different ways the participants thought about their different works and added things to each other's works in order to make an interesting kind of shadowy thing. It's also interesting that we didn't know this, but the folk high school don't call their people students, or they call it participants, and that for us was just like really mind-expanding difference, which we think a lot about now, how to make people participants rather than students or pupils or whatever. So, and that's of course because they are grown-ups, and so, but it's also about a much more collaborative way of working, which me and Bella are really interested in this project. That we still are developing this project, whatever it will be, and we want it to be a collaborative. The only thing we know is that we want it to be a collaborative project. And this is all the participants in Sunderby. And then we went to Haparanda, and there actually the idea for working with this kabuki black backdrop thing was originated from the facilities of Haparanda, the Haparanda Folk High School, because they used to have education in light theory somehow, so they had this gigantic black box with all this curtain. It's like a gymnasium, and you can also, we haven't done it yet, put out black floor. So we saw the opportunity of making like really big scenes in this space. So we visited there in June, I think, and then we saw that, wow, this is a good facility to work with this in this way. And so we just started working, and here you can see this is Victoria Andersson, who is the teacher there, who is a really important person in this project. So, and she is there, the clock. You will see, I'll show you the film. And I actually don't remember. We just go there and then we start, and then it became like an evolutionary story about good and evil. And that was their idea. And so this is from the setting, of course. I mean, it was kind of giving them the opportunity of doing, how do I find the next movie? No, here it is, here. So this is the film that we did with, and there is a sound. It was also, we made it not in one take because they wanted to edit it a little bit. We didn't have anything to do with the editing. But then we had there was one boy who just played the guitar all the time, and he didn't really want to be involved. So we said, you make the music. So he made the music live while we played it the first time, and then there is some editing to it, and it's the kind of a battle scene between good and evil. Enjoy. Maybe I can talk a little bit while I think I talk a little bit while it's going. So, as I said, I don't really remember how it came up, but everyone was doing their thing, and then someone said, "No, this is a story about good and evil. Let's go with it. Let's go with the biggest topic." so this is what turned out, and for us, it's a really good sketch or try out to what we want to do. We want to do something which is maybe this is not, but we want something that is grounded in the idea of many people collaborating. And this was made in, I don't remember, it was 2 days. So, and we think that with the right kind of attitude, then you could get really far very quickly. And also there is this element of, maybe this is not the best thing, but in our opinion, a lot of things now the evil comes and it gets electric, of course. and so this is the big battle scene, which we had a lot of fun with. Now it's very high. No, but there's also a question of making participants part of this and getting. Now these are art students, and they were kind of not very, but to engage people, it's important that their stuff looks good. And we think that the black backdrop makes everything pop, and in a way looks better, even though it is kind of crap. And that is a good. It's a good way of making people liberated in the sense of what's happening in the practice. So this was, of course, kind of improvised, but also there was some sort of directing in it, but we did it collaboratively. And a few times we had to say that stop. So we were kind of directing in a way. We had to say stop, focus. Now we have to go through this. So there was an end time that this is going to be a film in the end, and we need to finish it in time. And I think that was also good to have a kind of deadline, which is and then we have to finish this on Friday after lunch. It's going to be finished. So maybe we go out quickly to see the installation outside here. It's only 5 minutes left.
Just walk out. Outside.
Yes, please benefit from the snacks and the drinks. So Bettina Pehrsson, you are the Deputy Director at KIN, and you have also been the one at KIN working the most with the ICCE project. Your background in contemporary art goes way back, 30 plus years. You've done many things, including being the director of Kalmar Konstmuseum in the south of Sweden, Marabouparken Konsthall in Sundbyberg in Stockholm, and you have also worked with a commercial gallery called Gallery Nordenhake, and you are currently involved with an educational project helping institutions of contemporary art throughout Sweden, mainly in smaller places, better understand how the bureaucracy is working and how to deal with politicians, civil servants, applications, timing, etc. And today you will share some interesting case studies of how to work with mediation and contemporary art.
Thank you, Maria. And I might disappoint some of you because there are only 2 projects that I'm going to speak about. So I will take this time to talk about methods you can use, thinking and working together with the local communities. And one of those is relearning the archive, which is a design project. And the other one is the Silent University. And for the Silent University, Maria will help me out in the end of this presentation. So when I became the director of Kalmar Konstmuseum, which is in the southern part of Sweden, in the region called Småland, I became at the same time the director of an institution called the Design Archive. And I never heard about it, but I was really curious, and I must say, totally blown by the content of this collection. It was fantastic. And just to tell you a little bit about the Design Archive, it's a national archive. It is situated in a small city in Småland called Nybro. It's about 40 kilometers from Kalmar, where the museum was situated, or is situated. And it's placed in this glass factory called Pukeberg. And the Design Archive has since the 1970s gathered materials from Swedish design processes from the early 1900s and onwards. And the collection holds about 120,000 archival records from over 750 designers. So it's quite amazing. It spans over areas such as interior design, furniture design, fashion, product designs. And it consists of sketches, blueprints, correspondence, diaries, all you can think of. And it also has one of Sweden's most important textiles collections. And with all the preparatory sketches and yarn samples and things like that. So this collection is unique in Sweden, actually, and both in content and in scope. But as my area is within the visual art, I was not really surprised that I didn't know about it. But I found out that very few other people knew about it as well. And even if they did know about it, it was really difficult to get access to the collection because you needed to make an appointment and you had to know what in the collection you wanted to see. And you also had to have help from the staff to bring out the material and take a look at it. And at the time when I started work there were only like 1.5 person, working there. So there were, not enough resources. So here was a hidden gem that needed some tender love and care and also to be highlighted. So how could we make this more known and make it more accessible? That was one of the questions we asked ourselves. And the first thing we did was to apply for funding to secure a public space where we could do exhibitions from the collection, like an open archive exhibition. And this image here is from later on when we had realized this project. And this is an exhibition about the legendary textile designer called Göta Trädgård. I don't know if anyone heard of her, but she was a pioneer, and she also was one one of two that started the Beckman's Design School in Stockholm. And she worked there as a teacher until the day she actually died. This was good enough. I could have stopped there, realizing this exhibition space to show the collection. But, working in an institution, you also have to think about, what will happen in the future, How could we make this design archive relevant for a contemporary art practice or contemporary design practice? And it's worth to remind oneself that, historically, very little design history has been written from Småland. And that's, despite that many of the objects that are in the design archive are produced in Småland through the fantastic glass industries and the furniture industries. But as is in many other cases, history is written from, the universities, the big museums, and the institutions in the bigger cities, not from the countryside. And we noted when we looked at the collection, that who is represented there and with what, that there were similar structures in this collection. It is a collection based on the professional designers' design processes and products. So how could we plan for an updated archive to include new stories, new ways of making design, and at the same time make it more inclusive, like you talked about, Jonas, having people engaging, and identifying with what was in the archive. So what to do? Well, I can tell you what to do if you have this problem. You can call a brilliant design historian called Kristina Zetterlund. She was and still is also a lecturer at the Linnaeus University in Småland. And together with her, we applied for more funding, and we embarked on a journey that we decided to call Relearning the Archive, Lära om arkivet. We decided to try a different way to operate as an archive and as a museum. And what we did was to claim that the whole of the region of Småland could be a potential design archive. That an archive or a museum doesn't have to be or exist in one single space. It could instead become like a map of different places with different perspectives. So we embarked upon trying to create an expanding design archive. And how did we do this? Well, we mainly Kristina and some of my colleagues, and sometimes I were with them, but we were traveling, visiting, drinking a lot of coffee and tea, listening, talking to people, and learning together, with different people and places in Småland. And these are only, a few places that we visited. And there are many wonderful places that you could visit in Småland. The Museum of Legends, Sagemuseet, like a porcelain museum in Västerbotorp. All of the weaving, huts in Småland. Amazing. And all of these places actually have shaped, the everyday life, the design of everyday life. And it talks a lot about the knowledge of the material, as you said, Jonas. People actually who are running these wonderful places knows about craft and how things are produced. So what did we do then with all of this content and knowledge? Well, we decided that we would produce a map. So we invited a visual artist actually called Evelina Mohey. She had a residency with us for some time, and she worked in collaboration with Lessebo handpaper factory in Småland. And she made this map that we could use to give an overview of where all of these places were situated. And we also did make it digitally, like an interactive map. So you can visit it now, it's still there. With all of these places, and we also commissioned people to write a story about each of these places. And you can also find out the address, how to get there. And I think actually this map is also quite a tribute to the civil society who makes all of these, experience that you can have in rural Sweden and in all rural countries, possible. They are doing this, with no pay, but just out of interest. So for the design archive, it was important to go outside of our building and listen to learn about other design histories. And I will just give you some examples of what we found. So one example is Hönsalotta's Luffarmuseum. It's a wonderful place that you absolutely have to visit if you're in Boda, which is also one of the glass industries in Småland. Luffarmuseum, that's like a vagabond museum. And here we got to meet the people who wandered, in and out of Småland and everywhere else, also in Sweden, for that matter. And they were earning a living by making what we say in Swedish, trådjack. I think you translate it into thread jacks. It's like a thread work product. Maybe you get the idea here from the images. And it's everything from, whisks to bird cages or toys. And it's interesting to notice that if you visit like an older home, at least some years ago, you would probably have a greater chance of seeing a piece of threadwork in that home than tableware by, for example, an important designer like Stig Lindberg or Marianne Westman. And this is, what you call like popular design or folk design. And we also worked together with the Franz Wagner Society because we wanted to highlight the Romani, the people who were forced to travel in a way, and has a long documented history in Småland, actually, even if the traces are not that visible today. And the Romani, they were like a natural part of the pre-industrial countryside in Sweden. They worked as, merchants who sold glass and porcelain from many mills. They were gelding horses, and they also made their own handicrafts. So this is, they don't have their own museum yet, but maybe it's time. But perhaps also the home is like the greatest archive, the design archive of all. And because here we sort of, in our own way, shape our everyday life. And we worked with this artist called Magda Mbaye. She was also one of our residence artists. And she made a project called Kopparsgeografi, Geographies of Cups. And she studied porcelain tableware that was part of her home when she was growing up. And it was like this appreciated tableware that I think we all remember from our homes, that were only brought out when there was a special occasion, someone's birthday, or important visitors. And when it wasn't, it was placed in this cabinet, often with a glass door that you could sort of, for visitors to watch and see that you had this nice tableware. But Magda Mbaye, she made some research about this particular porcelain tableware. It was, as you can see on the image, it was with a gold edging and then decorated with bluebells, and it was called Cora. And she found out that as many of these porcelain tablewares, they were produced elsewhere, not in Sweden, but in this case, it was from Poland, from the southwest of Poland. And Magda Mbaye's mother had bought it from someone that came knocking on her door and asked if she wanted to buy this tableware, which she did. This was in the early 1990s, actually. So it was not that long ago. And it was in Högsby. And it was a salesman of a Polish porcelain factory. He worked there. And the common thing for people working in porcelain factories that they got paid in porcelain tableware. So in order to get some money, they had to travel around selling it. So that's, like a design story that travels around globally. So this story about the geography of cups doesn't only tell you about the wonderful and beautiful story about a tableware in a home, but it also gives you, a connection with the rest of Europe. And an interesting fact is that a lot of people thought that these salesmen were spies, and that they were working for, they were spying for the Warsaw Pact. So, interesting. And another example I wanted to share with you is this, because at a local address in Kalmar, we stumbled upon another story in form of unusually shaped concrete units. And those turned out to be samples from the Hotel Rashid in Baghdad. And it was actually built by the Swedish company Skanska in Kalmar from 1978 to 1982. And this hotel was built when for the non-aligned movement's 7th summit that was going to be held in Baghdad in 1982. And the non-aligned movement, if some of you doesn't know what that is, it was like a member union, or like an organized large number of states in the global south that didn't want to be part of either the East or the West Bloc. And this meeting needed, it was quite important of a dignity, and it needed premises that could match the magnitude of this occasion, and also for Saddam Hussein to show himself as the world leader, which led to that no expenses were spared. They wanted to have this extraordinary hotel with everything from cutlery to the design of the facade were the highest possible quality. He wanted the best in the world. And who did they ask? Skanska in Kalmar, but also for the exterior, for the building, but also a lot of Swedish manufacturers were producing objects for the interior, mainly from Småland and Skåne. And especially amazing chandeliers that you can see here. Those were made by Orrefors in Småland. But we also found bedroom side tables, which were made by Bodafors in Småland also. Stories, narratives you never would, have stumbled upon. Yeah, can you hear me good? I'm a little bit unused to speaking from this. Well, what happened with this hotel? Well, sadly, before the summit was going to be held, Iran and Iraq began a war. And Iran decided to bomb the place next to the hotel, just to show that this is not a safe place to hold the meeting. You have to move it elsewhere. So this hotel was, well, it still exists today actually, but now it's only like a good story about, and a good story and a narrative from Småland. And I would like you to, you can notice one of the details here, you see on the floor. Do you recognize who that is? It's George W. Bush. So to insult America as much as possible, they made this mosaic floor in form of George W. Bush so that you can walk on its face.
And that was made in Småland?
That was not made in Småland, actually. I don't know who made it, but interesting stories. It just points out that there's so many narratives out there that if you sort of listen in and collaborate with your local community or your local region, you can find out so much more, as you also pointed out, Jonas. All of this content, what did we do with it? Well, we made a big exhibition, of course, at the Design Archive in the new exhibition space. And here we presented all of these narratives and the places that we encountered. And it was a design then that, more talked about craftsmanship, design and craftsmanship in a broader sense. So it was not about, a product or a product that, was expensive, or it didn't have a value in that sense. And it didn't also have the abstract notion of if it was ugly or beautiful. And the collection from the Design Archive was present in the exhibition, but only for the reason that the collection had the actual drawings for these amazing chandeliers produced by for the hotel. But the Design Archive had to step back and let other narratives and other design stories be in the front room here. And this exhibition then also traveled to Malmö. And it's interesting to notice that in, I think, 7 weeks, when the exhibition was open, it attracted over 4,000 visitors, and mainly from the region. So that shows you that, if you can engage people, as you also pointed out, Jonas, engaging people and making them sort of identifying with what you do, that also attracts visitors. But we also decided to try and make a permanent expanded design archive. So we found a space that you could have access to outside of opening hours. And we put up this map that Evelina Mohey did. And all of these stories that we commissioned about these places, we made folders for anyone to take with them. And there you could read a little bit about the places, and you could also find out how to get there. So this works even today as an information center, not only about the design archive, with its specific history and a specific view on design, but you could also engage with other perspectives of what we can call design. And a really important part of this project has been research. And thanks to Kristina Zetterlund, who then worked at the university, we could make this also internationally relevant. We had seminars, and there were a lot of reports and research made into this, and it also expanded. So Kristina and her colleagues also made collaboration with the ICCE Museum in Sápmi, and as you can see, Småland and Sápmi, also a connection there. So that was also an important fact. So so that was one example of how you could, if you go outside of your walls and then listen in and collaborating with the civil society and just read up a bit about what you have around you, you can actually attract new visitors. But now we're going to talk about the silent university. It's another way actually of practicing this method. But depending on what context you're working in, it's you have to find the right project to do it. And the Silent University is really a special university, special school. It was founded in 2012 by the artist Ahmet Ögut. And it's, you can say, it is a collective knowledge exchange platform. And it works mainly with a group of lecturers, consultants, and research fellows who wouldn't have the opportunity or the legal rights to work in their own professions due to various reasons, but mainly being asylum seekers, refugees, or immigrants. So, and this university is always accessible online, but you can also be a host of this university. And one of the earliest hosts, and one who has been hosting it for the longest time, is Tensta Konsthall in Stockholm. And in 2013, the director happened to be Maria Lind, who's sitting here. And so I would like you to come up and speak about what it meant for Tensta Konsthall to take on this project.
Yes, as you mentioned, Bettina, the project was founded in 2012 by Ahmet Ögut. He was invited by Tate Modern in London to do a project, and the result was the Silent University, doing exactly what you explained. And at Tensta Konsthall, we invited Ahmet with this particular already existing project to a group exhibition called Tensta Museum that dealt with the neighborhood of Tensta, which is a late modernist suburb of Stockholm where 90% of the population has a migrant background. And in each location where the Silent University takes place, it takes a different shape and form. So at Tensta Konsthall, our receptionist, Fahima Al-Nabsi, the lady with the hijab, became very interested and suggested immediately to Ahmed and to me that she thought that in Tensta it would make most sense if it would be a language cafe. A language cafe where people could come and practice Swedish with native Swedish speakers as volunteers. And it started happening once a week in the premises of the Konsthall. And it became really popular immediately, thanks to Fahima, who is a social genius. Not only has she lived in Tensta since the early 90s when she came there from Damascus as a trained teacher, she had never been able to get a job as a teacher in Sweden. So most of the time she had been unemployed. But she knew so many people in the neighborhood and elsewhere in Stockholm. So through that, many people started coming. Soon enough, there were 2 times per week. And sometimes the gatherings happened in the middle of an exhibition. We just put up some tables and chairs, and people would have different kinds of exercises, conversation, and after about half a year, we also realized that in order to expand the vocabulary and also to have a shared experience, learning something together, we started to do monthly excursions, which meant that we maybe went to a museum in the city center, we went to the parliament for a guided tour, we visited a library, we did a picnic in a park, etc. Also to jointly learn about our common hometown. So this started in 2013, as you mentioned, Bettina, and it is still going on. And in addition to the actual language cafe, and it was very important that it was right in the middle of the art center, happening next to art. So this idea of the proximity principle, art being very close to other activities, became super important. Fahima suggested, why don't we try and get an allotment garden, koloniträdgård? And in the outskirts of the neighborhood of Tensta, there is an area with allotment gardens. So that became integrated into the language cafe of the Silent University. Fahima, in the meantime, has retired from the job as a receptionist at the art center, but she's still running the language cafe and she's still leading the hard work on the allotment garden, where occasionally also some of the sessions with the language cafe is taking place. So this is one of the prides of my professional trajectory, that this project has been running for such a long time. It's still alive. It sort of has a life of its own. And the idea was never to attract visitors, to get an audience. I think you are more likely to succeed in getting more visitors, if that is an important aim, if you work with art at the center. That, if it is good enough, will create rings or ripples on the water.
Good conclusion. Okay, I think we're, yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
So thank you, Bettina. But now, before we move on to Niclas Östlind, who has arrived, maybe there are some thoughts, questions in relation both to Jonas' presentation and to Bettina's presentation. Yes, Kajsa.
You told about this archive, but why did it start? Who started it?
It was, it was started by the then director of Kalmar Konstmuseum. And the reason why was that, you know, in the 70s or 60s, even 60s, 70s, all of these textile factories and the glass factories, everything was, and, you know, there were no economic. You couldn't make any money on this, and the production went abroad. So in order to save all of these materials that otherwise would have been just spread by the wind, a few people, among them the director of the Kalmar Konstmuseum, decided to start to collect this material. So I think in the beginning they asked a few people, could you donate? But then the word spread around, and actually maybe 98% of the collection is donations from the designers themselves or from their relatives. So it's actually quite a good thing, but it needs more attention but I can really recommend a visit if you have the time.
Let's see. Any other thoughts? Yes, here we go.
Thank you. I take the opportunity. It was nice to listen to both of your presentations, and as a geographer, I also thought about this building, as you mentioned, Jonas, and you described it as alienating and chaotic and so on. And with respect to the theme of this project and the symposium, inclusion, would you say that, or do I get it right if I conclude with coming to the conclusion that this building, alienated building or chaotic building, is a kind of preconditions for making visitors participants? You got me?
Yeah, that would be. Maybe it could, because in my opinion, my humble opinion, I think this building needs mending of sorts, and because it doesn't really work, and maybe that would, and the mending, in my opinion, would be to have a more participatory aspect of the interior somehow. I don't really know how. Was that answer to your question? And
I think so.
Yeah. So
I'm not sure what I'm asking.
But I really think. But I mean that's the general problem of architecture in Sweden today. I would say that it's money-driven, low quality of materials and interiors, mostly, I would say, and maybe a simple kind of easy way of doing that would be to make people, the citizens, participate in reshaping the space. Because I mean, there's nothing wrong with the square meters, and it's a fantastic space in itself.
If I may add something, we have two questions more. I will just add something that from my point of view, building is a wow building. You come in, it's grand. It doesn't look like anything else you've seen, actually. But you, as you pointed at, Jonas, do not quite understand it. What are the principles behind this building? What is the logic of this building? And then there is another layer, which is the one of the rhetoric. So the rhetoric is, this is supposed to be the living room of the inhabitants of Kiruna, and visitors are welcome too. Whereas in the past, the old town hall, in many people's minds, really was that. This one hasn't really become it. And I think it's due to some of the things you have described as alienation. And the big question then is it possible for artists, architects, designers, other people to do things to an already existing building to make it a bit less alienating and a bit more inclusive? And now I walk over here.
Carry on with the building design. I felt ways the nature, when we're surrounded by nature, with the mountains, Abisko is not far from here, when we had the Sami culture, I feel very metal is more connected to the mines industry or to the nature, because maybe that's my opinion. Maybe that's why it's alienating the locals. They don't feel part of their background. Maybe they don't feel, where's the wood? There is no, I feel that. I've been in Malmö. There is a new building, I don't remember the name, Farce, the fire tower, all building in wood. And they got the help from the kids, the young people, they went there to decorate the building. And everything is wood, everything is sustainable, everything is about the environment. I don't feel that here. It's very metal everywhere. Is there any reason for that?
I guess that they think gold is a good material for, I guess, some sort of positive energy in their sense. Like it's connected to making money, right? so that's I guess that's the symbolic of it.
A couple of facts. These crystal-like forms in the interior, they're inspired by the mineral pyrite, which actually has a golden color. But I think we're competing with Trump in terms of the amount of gold these days. And it should be also remembered that the white stone of the facade of the building comes from Italy. The black stone floor comes from China. We're in a region full of rock. Why didn't they use anything from here? But I saw another hand here.
Thank you. And about materials, I heard that none of the surfaces in the old city hall were ever renovated. That materials, the choice of material helped from the 60s until they tore the house down. Maybe that is something that you can find out during your project.
Yeah, that's fantastic. It's probably true, because I think I remember all the materials of the walls. There was behind the tapestry there was also textile wallpaper. Maybe that was also, wasn't it? Where was the textile? It was textile on the third floor.
Yeah,
that's fantastic. And these golden aluminium tiles which are here are already broken.
yes.
And they don't go. I mean, it's not about this building, but it's interesting that it doesn't work as a building, I would say.
No, some areas are already really worn down. But you can also take to your, about the project about this new house, that Lena Ylipää really wants the municipality to have golden buckets when the snow starts melting and it starts dripping from the roof.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I mentioned to some of you that the reason why we do not have exhibitions here in this room is because the roof is leaking, and it has been leaking since the building opened in 2018. And now we stopped having exhibitions here because we cannot risk art. But golden buckets for all that water, it also happens in other parts of the building, not only here. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I do see a lot of similarities to another place we visited in the project ICCE in Malmö, in Hyllie, where you also have to kind of invent or rebuild a new place, because in Hyllie there was nothing a couple of years ago, and today you have a city very similar to New Kiruna, and also very similar to this house, because in the place we visited in Hyllie, you have the David Isaac Library and a lot of other things. And there you have a very hard work of trying to get parts of Malmö to visit and to use that space for different kind of things. And here in Kiruna, you have a couple of more years that you have tried almost the same thing. And obviously, there is quite a lot of work still to do, because you're still moving part of the city here and try to kind of reinvent the Kiruna city center again. And it's very interesting to see and compare these sites, because there are so much similarities in many ways.
Thank you for that comment. I hope that with you mean LKAB and the municipality, dealing with the so-called move of the city, which is partly a demolition, partly a rebuilding, and partly moving of some buildings. Yes, Kaisa.
To me, we were inhabitants, we were citizens in the old town hall, and down here we are customers.
Very relevant point, thank you. Now it's time for Niclas Östlind and collaborative visual research and how to engage a local audience. As mentioned earlier today, you are a professor of photography at Valand, HDK-Valand in Gothenburg, and also a photography curator. And this is the project using photography in relation to a particular neighborhood in Gothenburg.
It is indeed, thank you. I'm part of a center called Center of Collaborative Visual Studies. We are 5 different faculties engaged in this at Gothenburg University. So we both is transdisciplinary, but it's also collaborative in the meaning that the objective is to engage and work with agents outside of the academy. So I have actually a few examples from this work, which is curatorially driven, archival, and also research-based. This is one of the main buildings in Gothenburg that is still left from the 18th century. It's a wooden mansion, and it's in the center of a neighborhood called Stigberget. And in Gothenburg, they love their local neighborhoods. I'm from Stockholm, so I have a different point of view. But this building is also owned by the municipalities or the city of Gothenburg's real estate company. So it's a semi-private. And they want to create engagement, interesting content related to these buildings. So they let it to be for entrepreneurs and people in the creative industries. They can rent it. But we were asked if we could generate something there. And before that, we had done an exhibition, or actually a research project, looking into a collection that was in the National Archives, the regional National Archives in Gothenburg, where they had been donated about 7,000 negatives from an amateur photographer who also had a son who was an amateur photographer, and also a daughter. He was a grandfather of a woman that also. So 3 generations of photographers, and they wanted to do something about these photographers. So we had made an exhibition displaying these 3 generations. They were all photographing in Gothenburg, but it was from the late 19th century to the 1980s. They happened to have a really nice building, a few blocks from this building. They were living there until the 1980s when the city was refurbished. So they took down a lot of these old houses. So we thought, why don't we collect images that are from taking this building and have a radius like 500 meters? And we collect all the images we can find that depicts that particular spot of Stigberget. So we did that. So we had about 80 images. And we also wanted to have a timing of the exhibition where a lot of people were interested in culture. This is a kind of this culture festival that a lot of cities does. They have a very diverse program. So not necessarily a research-based exhibition would be something that fits into that program, but they were really happy to have us. And I think the reason was because the topic was so local, at home at Stigberget. So we planned it, and it was part of that festival. And now it looks very quiet, but at the opening day, there was a line around the house an hour before the opening. You're entering the mansion, and of course, you're not allowed to do anything there. That's the problem if you're a curator. You're not, it's preserved, so you can't hang anything on the walls, you can't have lighting. It's like, so the area where we could use was not very fit for exhibitions. So here you can see that the introductory text is displayed on these chairs, and what we decided, and we saw, when you're entering the room, there were a lot of flat surfaces, tables. There were pool tables and other tables. So we thought, if we can't hang anything on the walls, we use the flat surfaces. So all the 80 images were displayed on flat surfaces. So we only bought glass. That was the only cost we did have, except for printing the images. And we also thought, we don't need very high quality because people are interested in the motif. So we took the digital files, we sent them to a printer, they got back the day after by post, and we curated the display, and it looked like this. In this photograph, the documentation of the installation has made it lighter because it was almost pitch dark there. This is also something that is fabricated digitally. It was not as light as this. So you couldn't see the images. You could you saw that they were there. So we introduced the idea of flashlights. So anyone who went into the exhibition got a flashlight and could manage to navigate themselves, and there were also flashlights on the tables. That created an intimacy and an engagement with the photograph, and you saw details in a way you never see if you walk into an exhibition and just scan the walls and walk a little bit quick, as you often do. It looked like this. And people never left the exhibition. So it created a kind of problem because people wanted to get in, and it was a rather small space that we couldn't allow. The other thing was that a lot of, this was an amateur photographer. They didn't take notes about anything. So we didn't know. Of course, the archivist is a very knowledgeable person, and the archive also, of course, they collaborate with the local historical societies, with people that are incredibly knowledgeable, with the people doing, local research, etc. But there was all these local people who lived at Stigberget. So we asked them, could you provide information about any of these images which you perhaps email this address? And particularly the image with the line of people queuing. There was a number of these images. We couldn't really figure out why are all these people queuing for, and what are they queuing for? It happened to be that during the war times, there was these, you had to have a coupon for buying things. So they were queuing for that. And there were people that, I was a kid, I was with my mother, I was with my grandmother, so we got a lot of metadata on the images through the audience that came there. It was also very funny because this is an area with a lot of, people, elderly people hanging out, but also people who drink wine, winers sitting there in the sun, and they were actually the first sneaking in already when we were installing the show, and they were having a totally different use of the place and geographies. So they were telling us where it was good to pee, that no one saw you, and all these things that if you're a homeless person, for example, you use the city differently. Since the images were rather small, sometimes they were displayed on a height that was not very accessible. For example, if you are a wheelchair, we decided, because it's digital, so we created a digital slideshow. So all the images in display on the flat surfaces was also projected, because there's also this kind of cinema setting in the building. So all the images, you could sit there and just digest them and, be nicely fed, all the images, in a larger scale, of course, much more, they're more accessible in that way. So a lot of people, they went in there, then they went to sit in the cinema, and then they went back. And the conversations that was generated among people that have never met, because they have this joint interest in finding out that they love the place, and this high historical dimension, and it was from the turn of the century, 1900, to the 1980s. And they could, there were so many things they could talk about. We were also not only collaborating with the real estate company, who actually gave us a lot of money. I think we actually got 30,000 euro, because they have a lot of money. They don't know how cheap you can make an exhibition if you want to. So we said, yeah, we probably need at least 250,000 Swedish crowns. And they said, maybe you need 300,000. So we said, yes. We also collaborated with the local, like the restaurants and the shops that have a kind of, they are organized in building the community. And they put in some money, and we also collaborated with the Gothenburg electricity company. So we used the switchboards, these electrical, like the boxes that are around in the city. So just around Stigberget, there were, I think, 10 or 12 of them. So we took photographs showing that particular place in another time, and cover them with the image. That was also incredibly popular. So the company kept them and continued to do that after the exhibition was finished. It was a very short exhibition, it was a couple of weeks. The Eva Karlsson, who was the granddaughter of the eldest Axel Karlsson, Svensson. She actually rediscovered her grandfather's works, and she was an urban activist in the 1970s and the 80s. So she produced a book about Gothenburg based on her grandfather's work, which was in a way an amateur photo historian work, which is also very typical for photo history. There's a lot of amateurs actually generating knowledge about history of photography. One way for her to using the old images to make us aware about the need to preserve the old city and be a little bit like patient about embracing the modernity, because in the 80s and late 70s, they wanted to tear down everything. She made postcards of the images, and she handed them out for free in bunch, 10 of them. And she said, you get this for free if you promise to post one to a friend. So in our commemoration of that and honoring that, we produced postcards that was for free. They lasted, we printed what we thought should last for the full show. After 3 hours, they were gone. So we had to reprint them. That was actually based on an idea that when we did the first show with the family's photographs at the National Archives, you can see there, we also made a poster which was a part of the exhibition that was a gift. So anyone could take that home, and meaning that the exhibition was spreading out both time-wise and in location. And a lot of people took them. And they were printed on super high quality. That was the most expensive part of that exhibition. The other thing is that you see the venue here is rather humble. It's the entrance of the National Archives in Gothenburg. It's used for exhibition, but it's not an institution it's not a photo museum. But we thought it was really nice because there's a lot of other different people that actually visited. But actually, because of the exhibition, they also attract a new audience. So one key to being able to do these things is that you have a close relation with the partners. So collaborating is key to be able to produce it, and producing it effectively, meaning like with small resources. Because research in general is very costly. And it's like you spend 3 months applying for a research grant, and the success rate is 7%. So of 100 applications, 93 is turned down. So, and then you continue applying for money. And when you are successful, you have a grant, which is 3 years, and the project costs 1.5 million per year because that's what you can apply. So we thought, no, we want to make something that is more sustainable. We have low cost, we spread over time, and we collaborate. Everyone can get some money, and we can also get money from our collaborators. But we do almost everything ourselves, and we work closely with the archive. So here we are installing an exhibition called Krig, Fred, Fotofilm, or War, Peace, Photo and Film, because one of the key elements in the research is we're looking into the lens-based media, not only photography and film as separate mediums, but as something together. This was on the anniversary of the peace 1945, so this was last year. In the history writing, one have acknowledged that the war period has been seen that it's the same for the whole nation. So it's like Sweden at war. We were not at war, but during the Second World War. Actually, the war looked very different if you lived in Stockholm or Gothenburg or here. Gothenburg was the port closest to the North Sea. And we had also one very crucial thing. There was this transaction of war prisoners, German war prisoners and American and from the UK and France. So that transaction took place in Gothenburg. Very tender. The negotiations took 1.5 years or something. So it was really kind of particular. And a lot of people still remember it. So our focus was looking at war, peace, and film and photography from the point of view of Gothenburg. We only, dealt with things that was related to Gothenburg. But of course, Gothenburg was a part of the nation and internationally connected. So of course, that focus also took us to, around the globe, actually. So this is how the exhibition looked. Except for a few printed matters, magazines from the time, a lot of German magazine printed in Swedish that was explicitly Nazi or very pro-German, that was circulated in Gothenburg and in the nation. Few things like that. Otherwise, everything was mediated. So we show photographs that were, as here, wallpapers. I will show you later. And of course, you can see a lot of people are incredibly interested. So of course, this is just one day. It was packed. So what we were showing was also from the archive. The archive has a lot of films from the war time. Yes? Okay. But which is both like amateur films and professionals. So these were taken from the archive, displayed and contextualized within this framework. And the framework was that this is the war period in Gothenburg, and there's a lot of things that anyone here can relate to, and we do relate to. And the final one is that we also went through the picture magazine SEA, which was super important at the time. And during the war period, they printed not just one print run per week, they printed 2. So we selected everything which was about Gothenburg, and then we made this photo tapestry. So here you could see how Gothenburg was circulated in the National Picture magazine. And of course, a lot of people, enjoyed reading it. And the process of extracting that was part of the curatorial research. And this wouldn't have been possible without collaboration. And also collaborations with a lot of people who in these associations that are connected to these organizations, like the National Archives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Niclas. 2 fascinating projects. We have time for a couple of questions. Yes, a technical question. Hold on.
Thank you. If you go back, if the slides where the books are, No, the one before where you mentioned that one. Are the books on the floor?
These are posters.
They're posters?
Yeah, they are 50 by 70, the standard kind of posters. Yeah, they're posters.
I thought you were books.
No, they're posters, and everyone can take, this, you just take one, and there was rubber bands, you can bring it with you.
Okay, they look very three-dimensional.
High quality paper.
Yes. Let's see. Yes, Bettina?
Maybe you said that in your presentation, but who initiated the whole project? Was it coming from you? Or?
The interesting thing, it's just like we're sitting there, we have regular meetings, we're a team in this collaborative, transdisciplinary, everything is, but we didn't really know. I couldn't say who, come up with the idea. It just, it comes up and it relates a lot to the archive and the findings. What do we have? What can we do with this? And how can we, the collaborative aspect, how can we make this accessible for a wider audience? Leaving the shelves in the archive.
The power of starting with the material, whether it's archival material or art, and also the power of collective intelligence. So I think our collective intelligence right now is geared towards lunch. So Det Café is on the ground floor, and for those of you who are interested in a quick tour of the other parts of KIN, we will meet at 12 by KIN's green reception next to the cafe. So 12, and then 12:30 we will start again here with Pettersson Juntti, KIN's producer and mediator. So
come back here in this room.
To 12:30 we come back here.
Yeah, so I can leave the jacket.
You can leave the jacket, but don't leave any valuables to be on the safe side. Okay, thank you so much. Let's have lunch.
So you have it's like a research institute, right? Or some kind of center of collaborative issue research. And it has something to do with university. Absolutely, it's part like the university. connecting 5 different faculties. Just wondering how the structure would be a university, they create centers for discussion. They thought collaborative vision research was we also thought integrated and then they financing these centers. But we have very little operational budgets. We have to both apply for money, but also you have to sustain yourself. Yeah, we feel maybe.
Hello.
Shall I let the monks speak? Sure. I wish that one. Isn't it if you have more? Yeah. Yeah. wish we had access to the roof.
Yes, they were talking about it, discussing in the very beginning.
Yeah.
I visited when it was, well, all those fellows keeping the whole thing up. And we were around for it.
Nice to do something. An exhibition.
Yes. And just, I mean, having this new values and all that is about party and not using it. I think that is a shame.
Du ska inte sitta så långt framför.
Nej, alltså, hela
Fast som gör att jag måste rymma ibland.
Ja, men hela den första raden skulle vara längre bak för att han...
Ja, man ser.
Alltså, det är att försöka få att förstå det här.
Ja.
Att det nästan så att andra raden är nästan för nära också. I förhållande till höjden på.
Men det är svårt det där, för man vill också att folk ska känna att det är inte så hierarkiskt. Att man liksom ska ställa frågor och så.
Jo, men då får man ju sänka, eller så får man ha... Alltså det måste ju vara en lägre sidan.
Ja, visst.
Alltså det måste ju anpassa. Men sen sitta här och då kan man ha det alldeles för tröttsamt när man tycker att man ska stå bak och sitta där.
Ja.
Därför jag sitter här och mitt i. Då har jag fördelar. Vi ska se här. När man sitter här bak så är det den här lyftkransvingeln som går förbi här.
Ja, jag såg det. Det var det. Maybe you get the right reading. But now it's still going. No, maybe it's going down. Oh, wait, it's still going. But still, now it's slowly.
How do I work this?
Press to the right.
I'm just gonna see it. I don't like standing on the stage. It feels so formal.
People jump from this side when there is a step.
It's because it's on the front, like it's uncomfortable. For next week,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I think we have to remove our part of it.
It is quite possible. You can remove all of it if need be.
We want to keep the screen, but we need to have as much space here as possible. So, we can arrange it.
But when? Could you remind me what day of the week is that?
The 22nd, it's the Thursday, right? Or is it
No, Wednesday.
Wednesday?
That's not good.
No, good.
No good. But do they require vacation now?
No, but we need to look at it needs to be discussed with the music.
Through those.
I mean,
That's good, no?
yes, if needed in the time, because the plan is for us to do some kind of like a bildspel, like a I don't know,
Slideshow.
of our like programs, just to have in the background. But then we
Bump music.
have some kind of music.
Music and slideshow.
Yeah. And then we need to talk about it actually on Monday, because we said we were going to put up in some things here. Like some of the Katarina Fabric.
When do we have?
Yes, we have it from some people.
Ah, it's back.
So, maybe
That's some penguin from what? It's like some work with the balls and the banners, not the fabric. Fabric? Never did.
it's just for 2 hours. So we could like we can see. They requested.
It's raisins.
And they were going to give me open.
But do we care? No? Or do we do
I mean, yes, in a way, but I don't want to go to like say how
The share gives us a great place. Other people.
Men det pågår ju någon sorts folk. Jag vet inte hur det ser ut här, men jag har hört folk prata det är ju lite speciellt. Det är liksom...
Det är 35% som sätter landet som går yrkesutbildningar. Väldigt offentliga. Så det är 50% för att fylla på det som behövs.
Så 50% går yrkesutbildningar?
Ja, det är 30%. Status, enkelt och akademiskt.
Men jag tänkte redan att det finns ju arbete. Ja. Jag tänkte på dit för att det finns ingen plats att gå. Det gäller att och då kommer
Men det gäller att vara mycket bättre, det är ju att berätta om det som händer. Det gör man inte alls. Det kommer med som gör det gammalt.
Det är ju alltid bra.
bland sina första jobb och sitta bredvid på han körde ut öl till de som hade beställt i Malmö. Han kom in och gå. Man har sett alla. Och han har alltså gjort en modell i stort format.
Han var 50 eller 60.
Dessutom har man ju man kan välja man får 2 år tidsperspektiv på det.
Jag har bara talat om det.
Den är ju alltså kvadratmeter. Så den behöver ju...
Oj, vad kul! Nej, men för jag tror folk har... Jag ska ju donera den här modellen med 20. Ja, men han var ju jättefint. Jag var inte liksom här. Ja, precis. Det kanske inte är. Ja, det var fantastiskt. Han verkar jätterolig. Nej, han är alls rätt. Han är alltid så. Jag tror det var speciellt. Men det var nästa gång som... Ja, och det vore kul för dig. Ja, det är igen.
Hembygdsgården och hembygdsområden med sina olika... Där nöjde jag med att Nilsson Skuld hade vindkraftverk ute på Kils på bilen. Så han hade en lampa där. Den har det på Vattenfall där var det marknaden som gjorde det.
Gjorde han det själv?
Nu börjar jag närma mig de här skilda kultursätten som tillhör. Men det är ju de här miljöerna man har satt ut. Exakt. Bra väg identitet. Ja, exakt. Nej, jag sa ju att jag sitter med för att försöka få komma åt just det här. Vad är
Okay, so let's slowly move back to our seats.
So I hope you found something to drink and a good seat. Now it is the turn of Emma Pettersson Juntti. You are a producer and a mediator at KIN and a key person in developing our many ways of mediating art, and you will share examples of some of those with us, and then we're hoping for a conversation afterwards about different methods, what works, what does not work, good cases, less good cases, and so on. So now, Emma, the floor is yours.
Yes, okay, I will try to hold it so you can hear me. Good. Yes, my name is Emma Pettersson Juntti, and I've been here at KIN for 2.5 years. Now, time's going really fast. And I'm going to go through quite a lot of examples. I will try to focus mainly on some key themes. So we'll go through our art workshop and what we do there. Of course, what we do concerning mediation towards the exhibitions that we have. Also, our regional activities, and then finally some more internal staff-oriented themes. And if you have questions, you can just ask. Yeah, I will start by showing you this. So I wanted to start with this. In Swedish, it's called händer som skapar. In English, it doesn't really translate, so creative hands. And this is 2 images from our art workshop space, which I guess maybe most of you have seen by now. Yeah, good. So you've seen it. We're very proud of it. You can see here that this is before we had Katarina Speaks Kum's beautiful textiles as a little curtain. So we have developed some of it, the physical space as well, but most importantly, what we do in there, of course. So Creative Hands was actually one of the first project, you could say, that I did when I started here. And it was an initiative from a local key person within the culture scene, Ida Maria Svonni, who wanted a place to sort of highlight craft and women, local people with expertise about traditional crafts or techniques or whatever. So we decided to try it for one term. We did 4 of them first. And the idea was that we would just invite a local craftsperson to show and tell about their craft. And then we would just have free creative time together. So very, not very complicated and not very, expensive either, but really effective. Because as you see, a lot of people came to these meetups. This is the left picture. And it was so appreciated that we continued on for 3 more terms with this project. So it was a good way to highlight, to just try it, see what happens. And this ended up being a really good project that we did together. In the image on the right, you see an example of a night course. So we try to do events at different times to suit different audiences. And this is an example of an evening course in watercolor painting that we did last year. And we also had a drawing course with the artist Inga Victoria Pove, who lives in Vittangi, a village outside here. And all of our events are usually drop-in, so anyone can come and join. We tried, this was one where you had to actually sign up for. Also just to see what happens, what works and what doesn't work. We also try to be part of other local events happening. So the image on the left here is from Kiruna Festival, which is an annual festival held here in Kiruna. It doesn't look maybe very fun there, the festival. But what you don't see is a lot of people and fun. I should have chosen another image. But also as a way to involve ourselves in what's already going on in Kiruna. So we don't need to create all new things. We can also insert ourselves into the existing sort of places that already are there. And we've done this for a couple of years now. And we try to get like a routine or to repeat every year to also show people that they can count on us being there. They can sort of count on what will happen. Maybe we'll try something new, but we have the same concept. So also because at least from my point of view, as a person who's from the area, an issue with a lot of the culture is that it's temporary. It's not very stable, so you have projects, but they disappear after a couple of years. The funding maybe is out, or they have to move, or the house needs to be torn down, or whatever. So I think an important part is to show the local community that we are here and we won't go away. And this is just a nice picture, I think, of a group of retired teachers who came and had a little weaving workshop with us. I think maybe Jonas talked about this already, so you recognize it. I will mention it anyway. We have art camps every school holiday, so that means 5 times a year. Most of them we try to do with an artist, either a resident artist, like Jonas and Bella, or someone who maybe comes from the local area. And usually they are very open, directed towards anyone who wants to join. We try to have activities that would suit any age group. This is, of course, a challenge sometimes, but I think it works quite well. And the leaders of the camps, they are very good at, keeping it quite open and welcoming. It varies, how many people come. Easter is not the best time for a camp here. People are outside. But the fall camps are always really full and full of people. So it's also another thing that we try to do as a routine. I think this was so fun to see, and they were doing it anyway. And the right image, I should say, it's from Bernd Kraus, who has had 2 residencies here, and this was from his first, where he started an art academy in Kiruna during the art camp week with kids and adults, and it was this was just part of it, making soap and cutting foam and teaching and being taught by each other all week. It was great to see. And here's Kajsa, sitting there. A big part of our mediation activities is, of course, directed, everything is connected to the exhibitions that we have, but also to have mediation programs that highlight some key themes of the exhibitions that we show. So I just wanted to give 2 examples of that. The image to the left is from a lecture series we did called The Future of Sápmi. It was part of the exhibition that we had with Britta-Mara Kadlaba that opened in 2024, where themes of land right, climate, industry, exploitation, culture was discussed by researchers, artists, experts, journalists, authors. They were also live streamed, and you can go to Hägerstensåsens Medborgarhus in Stockholm to see them also on the screen. So that was a collaboration with them. And to the right is Kajsa, who's here with us today. She's sitting there with Elisabeth Bylund. This is an image of when they had a hometown evening. And this is something that we started with when we had an exhibition that was directed towards the Women's Citizenship School in Fogelstad. This is a school in Fogelstad in the south of Sweden, which started and was created by women for women to learn about their rights as citizens when women got the right to vote. So in 1925 they started the school, and a part of that, of the course in the curriculum, were these hometown evenings. And it was a chance for one woman at a time to sit in front of all the other classmates or participants and say something about their life, their work, family, history, basically whatever they felt was important to tell. And this was, of course, a practice in public speaking, but also a way to manifest that everyone has something important to say, whoever you are and wherever you come from. So we took this concept and started to have our own hometown evenings. And we invite women from Kiruna and the surrounding areas to take the stage for an evening. And they've been really great to be part of. And they're all recorded, actually. If you're interested and you speak Swedish, by Kiruna Podden, which is a local podcast run by Sofia Grones. And we still keep them going, so we will have one at least in September, as it looks now, is the next one. And you always learn something new, so it's really exciting. But these are just 2 ways that you can sort of take the themes of the exhibition and see where it goes, and also involve, of course, local community and people. I'm just going to take a sip of water. What time is it? Okay. There's so much that we do. Yeah. Just quickly to say another way of involving our residents, and Misha has also been a part of this. Which is that we collaborated with the municipality with this, it's called Skapande Skola, creative school, maybe you could translate it to, where artists come to the schools and have workshops. And the age group was classes 4 to 6 for this left one with Luca Lifrai. And this is also Luca Lifrai collaborating with the art students at the high school. For their, they have an art week every fall, and we try to collaborate with them with an artist that's already with us. And I haven't included Misha, but I will. Yes, and then we come to some regional activities. As you know, we're a regional museum, so of course it's equally important that we work with mediation outside of Kiruna as well. One way we can do that is to collaborate with other municipalities. And here on the left you see a good example of that, which is we organized guided tours of public works by Britta Markatlava. So in this region, a lot of the municipalities have works by her. Either works like you see on the top there, which is on the new high school in Gällivare, or here you see an example at the hospital in Sunderbyn. So this was also a way to reach out and maybe also make the artworks more accessible. Because it's not always you are able to go into a hospital and have a look at the works that are shown there, but we think they should be highlighted, of course. And I just included this to give an example of a guided tour. So this is with Britta herself in the exhibition. And here I am shoveling snow. This is a really fun project that we did together with Apollonia Sesterish, which is called Apple Tree in the Midnight Sun. And we planted an apple tree in Jukkasjärvi, in the homestead area in Jukkasjärvi. And I think it's alive still, actually. It was an experiment. There's a pomologist, he's standing right there, Sylve. He came and he had to graft from 3 different types of apple trees to try to make this super tree that would grow in the area where apple trees shouldn't grow, which is here. So it's an experiment, but it's a project that is really interesting, and we can maybe talk about it a bit more afterwards, because we don't have so much time. But you can see that we also have to be sort of hands-on with our mediation activities that we do. Okay, and here we are in Abisko, having a graphic exhibition with Britta Markatlava. And I show this because, of course, to show that we do the exhibition, but maybe mainly to say that when we have exhibitions outside of Kiruna, it's important to not just go there, put up a few works and then go home. We try to do some mediation activities where we are and when we're there, so that can mean either a guided tour, it can mean that we would have a lecture or a workshop with school kids in the area. It can mean a lot of different things, but it's mainly about trying to see what the needs are or what they think would be interesting. And to keep an open mind also to try new things, or maybe go to different places that we wouldn't normally associate with art museums. This is actually an exhibition. The exhibition is at the Museum of Defense in Boden, which is unexpected to have a Britta Markatlava exhibition, but they wanted to show it, and that's great, and it's a great place for us to also collaborate with them. Yes, Lena Ylipä at the Kiruna Book Bus. I don't know if you're familiar with the Book Bus. It's maybe not so commonly known, but it's a bus that's also a library that runs around the municipality to the villages that are quite far away from here. It's a great thing to have, and I think Kiruna is one of few municipalities who still have a very active book bus that goes around. There used to be more than there are now. And here we did this trial run to see if we could reach even further, to think about places where we can collaborate and activate. So this is an example of that, where Lena Illepää's works were hung on the book bus inside the bus. And as the bus drives around, people from all the villages around can have a look, create some interest. Maybe they will come to us after and visit the museum, or maybe can start a new collaboration of some sort with another place. But it's a really fun and I think it gives a lot for what it is. It's very small, but it's really important, and we get a lot of positive feedback from the librarians that a lot of people think it's really fun to meet art in a place where you maybe wouldn't assume it. So now I've talked quite a lot about what we do, and I just wanted to stop with some things that we do with the staff to learn and to engage. And one thing that we do, which is important, is what we call dislocated staff meetings. And this just means that we go somewhere else for a meeting, basically. So we go to IRF that you see here, the space, I don't know how to translate the IRF.
Institute for Space Physics.
Yeah, thank you. It's not my field. Here we're looking at some really cool things that we didn't really understand. And then, or for instance, it can be the integration department of the municipality. We went to Svappavaara Homestead, the studio of Hans-Olof Utsi, which you have all now been to, of course. And I mean, one part of this is that it's fun for us to be somewhere else, but also to learn something about the places in this town that we maybe wouldn't meet otherwise. And for us to have a chance to tell them who we are and what we do, and maybe inspire either collaboration or just for them to come here and have a guided tour or whatever it might be. But it gives you some new perspectives, and I think a very current one is that we went to the integration department, and now we're discussing with them what we can do together. And hopefully it will end up being a new project that we do together with them. So it can be very, very important for us to go outside of the museum as well. And lastly, but not least, our little shop. I think it's been really great to see this place grow. When I started, we only had a little podium in the lobby. And now this is, a place where we can meet, of course, the people who come to the museum, where we can talk about art with other people who are interested. It's a place where you can learn more through the literature that we have, the guest bookshops that come and curate the literature for us to sell and distribute. For our hosts, of course, to be active and to actually seek out people who are in this building. Because as you know, this building is very open, but can be a bit tricky sometimes to navigate in. So to have people down there to lead people through this building, I think is really vital for us. And without the hosts, I don't think we would have that many visitors coming or finding us as we do now. So that has been really great to see it develop. And I think for me, at least, working here is, I think, great to just try things. And it's been like it's been a space where we can try and see how it goes. And some things we're not doing anymore, some things we are, developing. But it's fun to see, when you have an idea and then it just sort of it works, or it doesn't sometimes, and that's fine too. I think I will stop there, and if you have questions, I can also go back and talk more about certain pictures. Bettina?
Yeah, maybe you can also mention how important it is to have something in the lobby, like we nowadays usually have, like an artwork that could be like an introduction to the rest of the exhibitions.
Of course. As you see here, this was, I think this was the first time we had something in the lobby, as far as I can remember. Britta Markats-Labbas Historia. What we noticed right away is that by having something down in the lobby, we can, inspire people to keep going, or make it a bit more accessible in a way, because it can be, for some, quite abstract to say, come to our art museum, go to floor 3, and it's not, we notice that people kind of stop somewhere before they even go up. But by having something down there, as we do now as well, it also gives the hosts, for the hosts, it's really important because they also have a way to actually show, this is something that you can see more of, you can learn more. And maybe it sort of minimizes this gap also between a person entering this building, which can be quite intimidating in a way, and actually going up to the exhibitions to enjoy them. So yeah, it's a great way for us to show what we do. Do you have any other thoughts about it?
Just thinking losing this upper floor as an exhibition space, is that also affecting how to entrance the exhibitions? Because maybe it was thinking of going right up on the 5th with the big open doors or something. I don't know. I haven't experienced the place like that, but it is a difficult house.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm the best person to answer it, but of course we need to work a lot with communication. But I think for us it's been used in color. So this was like an idea of our graphic designers that we will just use, because the themes of this house is gold and black. And we are green, so we really stick out. And I think to really emphasize that, and I don't know if it matters if we have 1 exhibition or 2 or 4 floors or 5. It's I think it's more about communicating, clearly what you can experience in this building, and not really. And you can say a lot about this building, but I think for us who work in it, we can't see it as an obstacle, really, because then it's no fun. So we have to, remember that we have a lot of great things, but we just need to figure out how to get people there. And I think we do in a lot of ways. It's really great to see that it works. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
So now we have the next item on the program, which is that the partners in the ICCE project is presenting their contributions. It's Pia Keränen and Laivamaa. And Someone else? Yeah, so please come up and introduce yourselves.
Yes. Thank you. This is the surprise element. I promised to give the overall presentation about the project itself. There are a few of you who maybe do not know the background of the project Inclusive Centers of Cultures. I will just give you a short overview. My name is Malla Alatalo, and I come from the Lapland University of Applied Sciences. First of all, thank you for the lovely day so far. It's been very inspirational, and I think I've learned a lot. And this is one of the core elements in the project in general. We are doing cross-border project with several partners, and one of the finest things is to learn from each other and beyond. Maybe you can switch. So this is who we are. We are a project funded by Interreg Aurora program, and we also have other funders such as the Regional Council of Lapland and Region Västerbotten, and also Lycksele community. And we as Lapland University of Applied Sciences are the lead partner, and other partners are Kin Museum of Contemporary Art, City of Rovaniemi with Cultural House Korundi, Umeå University and their Bildmuseet, Gold of Lapland, the tourism organization, Skogs- och Samemuseet i Lycksele, and yeah, that's it. We have a project that lasts until the end of this year, so it's a bit more than 2 years altogether, and here's our massive funding, thanks for Interreg Aurora and other funders. Yeah, next. The starting point for the project was that we are, of course, all very happy and proud of these cultural sites with or in which we work in, and we would want as many people as possible to experience the contents, the art and the culture that they represent. And we were discussing together with the Chamber Music Orchestra in Lapland that it would be wonderful to have more tourists coming to Culture House Korundi, because there are so massive amount of visitors, international guests coming to Rovaniemi every year, and there are more and more each year. But then our discussion evolved, and we realized that there are actually so many local people who are currently non-visitors, and we were wondering that maybe the starting point is to be more relevant to the local community and then start building towards the cultural tourism aspect. And we thought that this would be a great starting point for cross-border project in terms of the Aurora program, and that's how we started to building up this partnership. And we're happy that we received the funding, and now we have the target for this project to involve different kind of participants and visitors to our cultural sites, and co-designing the contents and using different methods such as service design. We will hear more about those practices, and of course the artist-led processes that you were describing just previously. And the underlying objectives are, of course, that we want to highlight and promote the art and culture that we have here in the north. And also, maybe in the long run, we would see more encounters in the cultural sites. When we have museums and exhibition spaces that are cherished and loved by the locals, they would be more attractive also to international visitors, and then we would have beautiful encounters within the artistic contexts. And especially when we talk about Rovaniemi, for example, as a travel destination, the focus for the tourism is in the peak months from November to February, and then afterwards there's not that much happening in terms of tourism, and we think that cultural spaces are perfect year-round tourism attractions as well, and maybe further. And the project here consists of 3 work packages. So in the first stage, we have been learning and drawing inspiration from each other and from beyond. So we have included some kind of background research, exploring the concepts that we work with, and some benchmarking activities. You may have heard about a trip to Copenhagen and Malmö, which was benchmarking part of the project, and I think we learned a lot from those sites. And then now we are discussing about the work package 2, which is these art-based and design-based methods that we use for improving and developing these cultural centers. And then we are now moving towards the piloting stage, where we test renewed or new concepts, events and services for wider group of target groups. And besides all of this, we also aim to increase the cooperation between cultural and tourism organizations, and we also produce podcasts. There was a recording done this morning here. Thanks for everyone involved. But maybe this is the overall context for the project, and now I let our service designers to tell more about their activities. Thank you.
Hi, I came from Korundi House of Culture, and it is a cultural center located in the center of Rovaniemi, and is the home of 2 strong cultural institutions, Rovaniemi Art Museum and the Lapland Chamber Orchestra. And my name is Laivamaa, and I have a title of project coordinator in this project. My background is in industrial and textile design, and I'm also an active textile artist. But I have been working almost a decade in various projects and in various organizations related to themes of service design, cultural tourism, and arts and crafts. So that's why I'm here also. For us, a service safari as a method is a simple and hands-on way to understand a service by experiencing it just like a real visitor would. And we arranged during last autumn a service safari in Korundi, and we invited non-visitors from different target groups to take part, including pensioners, international students, immigrants, and vocational school students. And during their visits, they were able to explore the exhibitions at the museum, take part in the Art Thursday, our free art workshop, which happens in every Thursday, and attend a concert by the Lapland Chamber Orchestra. And they were given a service safari diary, and they and also interviewed after the exhibition tour and during the concert intermission. And in this photo you can see Tapani, and he was our oldest participant, who also kindly agreed to be photographed and interviewed for the project communication. Korundi's building has been his workplace, but this was his first time visit after the building had become a cultural center. And to him, the experience was both familiar and completely new. For example, he attended a chamber orchestra concert for the first time in his life. So it was really nice. I think he told us he's 74 years old. So it was about the time. And the experience clearly made an impression, and he was already planning his next visit. And then we will have Pia. Yeah.
Okay, this audience engagement included a service design jam workshop in Korundi, which was organized last year. And the participants of the workshop were mostly from Rovaniemi area. There were some Some of our students included from the Lapland University of Applied Sciences from Tornio, but mostly people were residents of Rovaniemi area, retired people, immigrants, actives in associations and parents. So all walks of life, quite nice participation there. So the workshop progressed in several phases, and participants were asked to discuss about the activities that are important in their lives. So the idea was to gain insight what makes a meaningful experience for the participants. So we wanted to know what kind of activities they wanted to involve in, with whom, where these activities would be, and how exactly were these activities beneficial in their lives, or what was the motivation to do some stuff. So what they shared in the workshop were, after the workshop, clustered in the themes, and here are some conclusory remarks about what makes a meaningful experience according to our participants. So the overall impression was that these participants seek low-key, relaxed activities with human interaction. And for example, this connection to nature experiences included outdoor activities, connection to self, this kind of stress relief in forms of singing, listening to music, or doing some form of art or crafts type activities, or traveling on your own. And for example, what else would be good to mention here? I think the most important or interesting parts was this, building one's identity, because we had these immigrants and new residents of Rovaniemi area. So they kind of lacked a space where to find new communities, new associations, new public spaces where they could meet each other or with other Rovaniemi residents. And it was included to this appreciating one's culture kind of experiences, where you need to kind of find again your own identity, trying to find a connection between the Finnish new community and bridging it with this former home country or homeland. And what else? I think there are quite a lot of spots here, so you could ask me later on with these, and maybe we can continue with Linda's presentation here. Oh, you have it. Okay, you still have slides here.
Two short slides. Alongside the audience engagement, we also focus strongly on staff engagement. The main goals were to raise internal awareness of this project and its activities, to share insights gathered through questionnaires and service design work, and to actively involve staff in planning future pilots. So to support this in a participatory and a familiar way, we chose a large-scale puzzle as the main method, because puzzles are already a regular part of our lunch and coffee breaks, as they are often assembled in the shared coffee room of the Art Museum and the Chamber Orchestra. And we developed the ICCE puzzle as a participatory visual tool. Its visual design was based on artwork of Redaksa Rönnemi, Syksyn syvä sininen. And as a base layer, the puzzle brought together insights collected during the whole 2025, including results from questionnaires and service design workshops. And the puzzle wasn't just something to look at; it was meant to be used, and staff members could assemble it independently or together with a member of the project team. And as the puzzle came together, it also functioned as an interactive workspace. Participants could draw directly in the puzzle, add new ideas using post-it notes, and comment on existing pilot ideas with different stickers. This made it easy to share thoughts with others. And because my co-workers were such efficient puzzle solvers, and since we were in Rovaniemi during Christmas time, an occasional evil elf would appear out of nowhere. It would mess up parts of the puzzle, throw in some tricky questions, and even make slightly provocative comments, like the official art museum of Santa Claus you can see in the picture. And so these were the playful ways to keep the conversation going on. And these outcomes are being used to shape the pilots for this year. And in the project plan, Corundi will have promised to have 5 different pilots. And we will, for example, pilot the Corundi ambassadors, concept test cultural buffet Saturday event concept, and develop, for example, an autism-friendly visitor guide. So, by combining the data collection, benchmarking, and service design methods, this work will actually lead to concrete actions. And now it's Linda's.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Linda Bresäter and I'm from Umeå University. And I have, together with Linda Bogren here, been working as a service designer in this project, together with Bildmuseet, Umeå University, and also the Forest and Sami Museum in Lycksele. And I can just say also that we have been going through these different steps in this project. And in the beginning, we actually did have a survey within the project. And I don't know if anyone mentioned before, but we did take a little bit of inspiration from that also in this project. And then we have been moving through these different steps. Service safari, as we heard a little bit about. We have been doing a design jam. In this case, it was in the format of a future bazaar. And we also have this ongoing step that is the service prototype that is being developed. So our first collaborating partner, Bildmuseet, it's exhibit international contemporary art, and they are a part of the Umeå University. And when we were looking at the target group for this project, we took, as I said, some inspiration from the survey that was conducted early in the project, sort of looking into the relationship with different, just the common public and the museums in different ways. And from that, we also sort of went back to what is the aim for the museum? What are we actually trying to accomplish? So in a cross-section of that, we found that the students and the staff at Umeå University should be the target group for this project. We did something similar with the Forest and Sami Museum, and it's a cultural history museum dedicated to the forest, forestry, and Sami history and culture in northern Sweden. And in this case, we saw the target group as a local business community. So the first step, that was the service safari, and it is a qualitative service design methods. And the aim is to go through an experience as a visitor or participant, and just getting that first-hand experience from that experience. And you can see pain points, you can see
things that could be developed in different ways, but most of all we can just see what happens when the visitor meets this exhibition in different ways. So we had service safaris both at the Forest and Sami Museum and at Bildmuseet, and they looked a little bit different in case of when and who went through the service safari, but the overall process was kind of alike. We had the service safari for Bildmuseet in January, and it was a Saturday session, and it included 10 invited students, but also other participants were invited at site. So in total, we had about 36 participants in that service safari. In Lycksele, we had 2 service safari sessions where they went through the exhibitions, and we had one afternoon session with the business sector and different forestry companies. We had about 9 participants in that session, and it's followed by an evening session, and that was open to the public, and we had 6 participants in that. So we have just 2 quotes from the service safaris, one at Bildmuseet and one at the Forest and Sami Museum. And you could see some similarities in the material that both museums, they do have the potential of add value to people's lives in different ways. And they do also do that. But they are looking for more interactive and engaging ways to connect with the museums and the exhibitions. You can see also in the picture, the top picture there, that we used a logbook to capture the experience. So the visitors, they sort of brought that with them and captured not only what they did, but also emotions connected to what they saw. And they were encouraged to use all senses, like smell, hearing, and everything that they could sort of recognize as some sort of reaction to that experience. But we took that with us, and we went to the next step. That was the design jam, and in this case, the Futures Bazaar. And it is described as a playful process for bringing alternative futures to life. Sorry, taking that one. And it's developed by BBC. And it's a workshop that builds on different steps. So it goes from exploring possible futures and what that could mean, and gather materials for actually bringing to life things from the future. And they could look very, very different, but they should sort of represent that future that you're looking into and exploring. And in the end, you do sell these things from the future to the audience. So we had also one session at the Bildmuseet and one session in Lycksele with this Future Bazaar concept. So we have had about 10 participants from local businesses in Lycksele, and we had 15 participants, students and staff at from Umeå University at Bildmuseet. And I just wanted to show some of the examples from the jam sessions. So these are things from the future. So they are manifestations of possible futures. So just to mention a few, we had a lot more. We have on the top here with the glasses, we had a perspective shifter that enable you to shift perspectives on things that you see. And it was sort of both very practical sort of glasses that you could put on, but also very sort of big manifestation outside the museum that sort of says that, okay, so this is the center of perspective change, for example. We had a sun catcher here in the middle, that made use of sun energy to connect people in other places. For example, other museums, that you could experience exhibitions in other museums together, or simply just communicate with other people at other places. Another example was the recycling machine down here that could recycle everything or put it into a new use. So if you put in a material, it would give you suggestions for how to use that material. But you can also recycle an old lecture or any knowledge that you have to be put into new use. Or maybe something you found outside, or like a strange mushroom in the forest or something, you could get some information on what you could actually do with that. So we took these different things from the future and brought them into this ongoing step now, that is the service prototypes that we're developing, that will be tested within these different cultural centers. So this is a picture from our first workshop with the prototypes. So we are starting in the ideas of the things from the future, taking that and turning them into concrete ideas that we could actually develop further into a service blueprint that is sort of a recipe for a service. And we will probably do the prototypes as a smaller version of a bigger vision. So we have to see how that turns out in the end. So yeah, this is where we are at right now. So stay tuned for the rest of the process.
You, I have a question, and then I hope that some of you will follow suit. I'm curious about the notion of service design. For some of us, it's probably a little bit new. Can you please elaborate a little bit on what it is? What is the origin of the notion?
Yeah, I can start. So what is service design basically? Yeah, it's a way of approaching how to develop services. It doesn't need to be for organizations like this, but pretty much any service. And it's a user-centered design process that sort of forms the base on how you form the services. So it do has a good base, a process that you can follow that takes in a lot of not just inspiration, but basically it's based around interacting with both the end user of the service, but also the service provider and stakeholders that surrounds that.
And when was it started, and by whom and where?
Oh, that's a really hard question. I don't think I can answer that.
Maybe someone else in the project? Yeah. It's been up for 10, 15 years, we hear here.
Yeah. It's an established process that you sort of have. I don't think you can actually say that this person invented service design. Mm. I think it sort of more comes from the process that goes with industrial design and how do you sort of work with industrial products. So it's more of a spin-off of that.
Yeah, it would be interesting to understand a bit more about the context where something like that originates. Do you have we have now had some case studies, interesting, thank you. Is there like a classical example? This is a piece of service design.
Can you think of any specific design. I mean, every service is designed somehow, and nowadays we usually do these established processes with every major commercial product and service, digital or physical product and service. So, I don't know. Yeah. Mm.
Okay, let's see if we have voices in the room. Yes.
I think you are connected to the design school in Umeå, or are you connected to your university? That's the same, I guess. But are you working at the design?
I don't.
No.
But Linda do.
Yeah.
Yes, but we are both working at Umeå University. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think this machine that you could get ideas on how to use your used material. And once you have it put, what do you hope will happen when people come and use it?
Oh, that's a really interesting question. I don't know. It was a concept that came out of this workshop, and I think what sort of lies behind that suggestion is that you want to engage people in something that could be both useful, but also sort of makes a mark in the society somehow, that sort of makes a contribution, and also puts maybe a build museum in that context of sustainability and being a part of a society that works with that. But it's a concept that sort of was created during a few intensive hours, so I'm not sure we know that yet. Yeah.
The discussion will be the answer.
The discussion will be the answer, yes, exactly. And I think maybe also that is the strength with the prototypes, that you can actually test something. If this would be then the thing that would turn into a prototype, then you would actually be able to test and see what happened. Yeah.
So I'm curious maybe about the Sami and Forest Museum. If you already now have thoughts on how you will use what has already happened from now on, if you wouldn't mind sharing.
Well, thank you very much. Well, the participation from our part has been very much centered around also the fact that lots of the population in our area doesn't even know that we exist sometimes, but also the forestry industry, they don't use us as much as we would like to. And a lot of the experience that we are going to put in use after this project centers around how to really come into contact and develop different kind of approaches to really take care and try to establish a much better contact with both the local municipality and also the companies around. That Lycksele is a quite important industrial town, and we do have a lot of incoming partners to the industry and to the companies that really doesn't visit our little cultural place. So much of the experience that we are going to put into work at our place is about that. And the pilots that we are going to discuss and going to develop centers around that. Yeah.
And a little follow-up. Can you tell us a bit more about what you would like the relationship to the forestry industry be like?
Well, the concept, first of all, of our museum is a bit, what you might say, contradictory, because the Sami culture, the Sami people and the forestry industry doesn't exactly come together. And if you think about the forestry industry, then we really would like, well, the industry, first of all, to come to us and really experience new kind of values. Because in many ways, that part of the industry is very technocratical, do you say that? It's very much about production. You want to grow cubic meters of wood from square meters of the land. And that's basically it. You are going to earn money from the forest. But there are so much more that even the customers to the products they produce really would like to get out of the whole culture surrounding both the nature and much of the way the forestry has been used throughout the centuries. And that also, of course, includes the Sami culture, because the land that we kind of inherited has been used by people for thousands of years, from when the ice left us for about 10,000 years ago. And we in Lycksele have, well, there are traces of people from around 10,000 years ago, right after the ice melted away. And so, of course, we would like the industry and the customers really to understand how much humans have contributed to the culture and to also have used the forest throughout time. I'm thinking about what to say now, but that's at least part of it.
What is the history of this museum? How come it's the Sami and Forest Museum?
Yes, well, I did understand the question. Well, first of all, the first part of the museum really was a forestry museum, and it really transformed from the local heritage foundation. And this was at the end of the 1970s. The first part of the museum was built in the early 1980s, and we opened up our gates in 1984. And then it was about, you may say, the history of the inland of Västerbotten and Lapland, the history from the mid-19th century up until the mid-20th century. And that was it. But during the decades, the Sami culture became more and more, well, you may say important, but you had became more and more visible, I'd say. And the museum had different kind of lectures. There were exhibitions with Sami themes. And we actually had a very good relations with the Sami association locally. And we managed to have some separate exhibitions with Sami items from a collector in Sundsvall, Birger Nordin, and he's still alive. And he had one of the best, you might say, collections of Sami items. He had been a high person in SCO, one of the forest companies in Sweden. So, of course, he was a quite wealthy person. And he had been very interested in the Sami culture and bought a lot of Sami items at auctions, at antique fairs, and so on. But the collection really had outgrown his apartment. It was totally stuffed. I haven't visited that place, but I've been told that it was almost impossible to walk around, actually. and he wanted to somehow sell it or at least show it somewhere. And it had been established a very, very good relationship between him, the museum, and the Sami society. And one of the ideas was that we, as a museum, should buy all the stuff. And it would be an affair of quite a lot of millions, because this was expensive stuff. And I mean, small regional museums in Sweden doesn't have a lot of millions to buy a lot of stuff. That doesn't happen normally. But Sparbanksstiftelsen, a stiftelse, and what's that called? Foundation, yes. A banking foundation had the money, so they bought it. And we are now not owning it, but we have it as a deposition. That's the word, deposition. And we are right now doing a total reconstruction about all the Sami items that we have. So we have cleared out the old exhibition, and in about a year we're hoping to have a totally new exhibition with some new themes, because the old one was basically centered around the items, and it was about 15 years since it was made, and we have really tried to reinvent it in many ways. And this is done in very, very close cooperation with the Sami community. We have a reference group that we have very tight cooperation with. And yes, we are also located on an historical Sami site. I mean, why is Lycksele a town? That's because during wintertime you have had a Sami settlement on the semi-island that the museum's now resides on. And when, you may say, Lapland became a part of what's today Sweden, it was during the late 16th and early 17th century. Then you built new churches, marketplaces, inland in Lapland. And they asked the Sami community, where would it be appropriate to build a new church? And they said, well, on the island at the City of Lycksele, there is a good place. That's why we have Lycksele today. That's because of the Sami people that lived over 400 years ago. Yes.
Thank you, very interesting. So now, do we have some final questions, conclusions? Malla, do you want to round up the public part of this day?
You can do as a host.
Well, I think we have gone through a number of different ways of working with inclusion, or whatever word we decide to use. We're in the middle of a process that is continuing. So there will be more to report in about a year when the project is also over. So I thank all of you for coming, and we will move over to the closed part. And luckily, we have some fresh coffee and some cakes and some other snacks. So let's refresh ourselves and stretch our legs, and then we can continue in a smaller group in here. Thank you.